Adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalderovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Absent. Councilmember Barrett. Absent. Mayor Light.
Here. We have a quorum, so we will be moving forward. Going down to item D, are there any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, it's time for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items. There's no one in the audience. Is anyone online?
I have no e-comments and no attendees on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Could you read through what we're going to be discussing on closed session, please?
Yes. As authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1 is under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. The property is 123 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. Items F2 through F4 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. For item F2, the name of the case is Jenna Wolfinger versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ181-94976. For item F3, the name of the case is Catherine Garcia versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ177-33282. For item F4, the name of the case is Cartessa Prim versus City of Redondo Beach Housing Authority and James A. Light in his official capacity as chairman of the City of Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Case number 26-STCP-00464. Items F5 through F9 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F5, the properties are 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931. Parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900. 715 Julia Avenue, portions of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900. 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903. 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900. 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 750-500-9902. For item F6, the property is portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN number 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. For item F7, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN number 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. For item F8, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN number 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. For item F9, the property is portions of Catalina Avenue, Avenue H, Elena Avenue, and Esplanade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue, please note in the record that Councilmember Barrett joined us at 4:34 p.m. City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to each of these items in closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will have Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director, and Catherine Buck, Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. For items F2 and F3, we will have Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Caroline Beliso, our outside legal counsel on the two cases. For item F4, we will be joined by Alina Hashmi, our Deputy City Attorney, as well as Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director. For item F6, we will again have Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director, as well as Catherine Buck, Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. For items F7 and F8, we will have Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, and Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And then for item F9, we will have Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to, what are we doing, recessing to closed session?
Motion to recess to closed session.
Second?
All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0. We will be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on closed session actions that are reportable and then to start the open session. Thank you. Could I get a roll call, please?
There we go. Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle? Here. Councilmember Kalujevic?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. So we're going to have to go back into closed session after this for R1, R5, R6, R7, and R9. Out of the things we got finished, city managers, or anything we need to report?
Yes, in the case listed under item F4, the city council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in that matter.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting of the city council.
Oh, and I think we should report that Councilmember Obaji joined us
Oh, yeah.
in closed session
I
as
didn't get the
well.
time. Did you get the time that you?
I didn't clock myself, but I'm guessing it's around 4:45, 4:50,
I think 4:50 is more.
4:50, yeah. I didn't look at the clock, sorry.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, off for?
Aye.
Okay, I'm calling to order the open session regular meeting of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilman Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett? Here. And Mayor Light?
Here. Do we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience? If so, please rise to be recognized for your service. Okay. Will everybody rise for the pledge to the flag, and then please remain standing afterward for a moment of silent invocation. I'm going to ask Councilmember Obaji to lead us today.
All right. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Okay, going down to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. There's no presentations or proclamations this evening. Only thing I have to announce since last week, I did attend the memorial for Linda Neal this weekend. She was a contributor to the community for a long time. She also participated heavily in our library activities related to poetry. She's taught poetry workshops and got during April, which is National Poetry Month, she would get a nationally renowned poet to come and read at the library. So she will be missed, and we paid her great respects. On Sunday, I had the great honor of starting the 10K for the Super Bowl 10K. So that was fun. I guess they said they had over 5,000 runners, which is more than they had last year. So they're rebuilding the number of people participating in that event. Let's see, Councilmember Waller, anything?
Yes. Last week, I attended the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors meeting downtown. There's a lot going on there. Their exciting news is they are only 8 years old, and they are the largest community choice aggregator in the country. So it's a pretty large concern they've got. They have every city and the county of Ventura, and they've got a very large number of cities in Los Angeles County. So they're moving forward, doing a lot with renewables and ensuring that we have some sustainability in our electricity generation. Last week, I also participated in the ribbon cutting for Century 21 in Riviera Village. Also had fun at the Chamber Super Bowl 5K 10K on Sunday morning. I'd like to thank the organizers, Public Works, the police department, and fire department who all helped make sure everything went smoothly. Tomorrow, I will be attending the Information and Communication Technology panel at Redondo Union High School, speaking on a panel. Thursday morning at 7:30 a.m. is the NRBBA meeting. You can learn and develop a business continuity plan with the Cal OSBA's Business Resiliency Roadmap. It's in the community room just past the AMC theaters at the Galleria. And finally, my community meeting will be Saturday, February 14th at the Alta Vista Community Center from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
I attended the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce 5 and 10K as well. It was another successful event from them, and you know, had a terrific turnout for that this year. One special announcement that I would like to make, and I would like to thank the residents of Redondo Beach who've contacted us and came to city council meetings in addition to calling us. City staff, our city manager and assistant city manager, the council members, as well as the mayor, and also our representative, Ted Liu. The U.S. Post Office that's on Catalina has finally trimmed their weeds and cleared their grass. The building had started to look derelict because it had been so long and weeds were 3 to 4 feet tall. I got an email last night that it had been cleared and went by this morning, and sure enough, the grounds are clean. So hopefully they'll keep it up. But I wanted to thank everybody for contacting the post office, the manager, as well as everyone who chipped in to help on that. So I'm very excited about that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I don't have anything.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'll echo the thank you to Representative Liu because he was responsive. I texted him a couple times, and I think he got on top of the postmaster for that post office. I also today attended or audited at least the county's hearing on the proposed half-cent sales tax to fund the loss of health funding taken out by H.R. 1, a federal bill, and wrote a letter in support that I blue foldered. That was a motion made by our supervisor, so it'll be on the June ballot, June 4th, I think, for a half-cent tax to fund health in the city. It's a general tax, or in the county. We have a Venice Family Clinic in District 4 on Artesia Boulevard, serviced by thousands of individuals. We've got about 8% of our population, Redondo Beach, on Medi-Cal, so it's essential that we continue to provide services to those folks and that they not lose out due to H.R. 1. So that's why I thought it was important to support the supervisor in her motion. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, I also wrote a letter in support of that, and I just wanted to say that, you know, these cuts are coming from state and federal cuts, and they are going to impact us. And while those cuts happen there, you know, we have more than probably 24 clinics that are going to be closing, trauma centers, burn centers, and this is critical infrastructure for preventative care that will come at a cost if those places close. Emergency rooms will have massive lines. And so it is important, and that will be on the June ballot. I also wrote a letter of support in putting that on the ballot for this June.
And it's temporary, correct?
It's a temporary tax that would be for 5 years, ending in 2031.
And the election is June 2nd.
June 2nd, thank you. And to the end of the temporary tax, the supervisors could terminate the tax as soon as the funding is restored, if it is restored. And that's it.
That's all you had?
Yep.
Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a reminder, I would say, of our upcoming District 4, District 5 joint community meeting. Right? It's gonna,
Yes.
Yes, Monday, February 23rd, 6 p.m., Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. And we will have, as we've discussed, a very special guest, the new Chief of Police, Stephen Springle, who's here tonight with us. Thank you, Stephen. So open to all, welcome to all. We will have refreshments, and Chief Springle will be taking questions, laying out his priorities, and hearing from residents on their priorities and what's important to them. So that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. So that concludes item D. We're going to item E, approve the order of the agenda. Does anyone wish to change the order? We only have 2 items. Anybody wish to change the order of the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the order of agenda as published.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Item G, blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items for this evening?
Yes, Mayor. We have for D, which is, the announcement travel expense reports is related to the letter from Council Member Obagia and Kaludjetovic, letters to support related to the Metro. J1, public participation of non-agenda items, we have public communications. And 2, which is regarding the results of the public opinion survey related to the city's commercial retail cannabis regulatory program PowerPoint presentation. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
Move to receive and file the folder items.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, jumping down to item H. H1 through H6 are our consent calendar items. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items H1 through H6? No? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items H1 to H6? So moved. Okay, we have a motion and a second before we vote. Does any member of the public wish to address the council on any of these items? I do have one card, Jim Mueller on item H5. Mr. Mueller, you're up.
I'm speaking about item H5. The total extensions are $680,000. That's a lot of money for the consent calendar item. And it's a lot of money that will cover a lot of plan checking. There's a lot of information not given in the agenda info about this particular item, or these 3 items, or 4 items. Has the staff determined whether this volume trend is temporary, which would justify engaging contractors instead of hiring permanent staff? Is there an analysis showing whether hiring more plan checking staff might be more economical? Is the city sure it's getting the best deal from these current contractors? Might there be a better deal out there? These are questions I don't see answered in the published staff report, and I hope the council has the benefit of this information before they make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on H1 through H6? No? Anyone online?
I have no one online and no e-comments for this one.
No.
Okay. Okay, so then I'll take, we already had the motion in the second. I will call the vote.
Mayor, if I could
Voting
just interject one comment as it pertains to item H6, to manage the community's expectations regarding our court resurfacing at Alta Vista Park and the installation of pickleball. The staff report references the completion by the end of the month. We still hope that can occur, but it is going to be weather dependent. There's a chance that we're going to be delayed from a mobilization standpoint due to some of the weather that we're experiencing both this week and forecasted for next. So just want to temper expectations. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm to see the pickleball courts installed. We're doing what we can to work with the contractor, but that may be slightly delayed.
Working with watercolors?
We do temporary striping if you like.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to call the vote on H1 through H6. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, all items carry unanimously. Anything you need to read?
Nothing today.
Nothing today.
No.
Okay, now let's see. We are now, there's no excluded consent calendar items, so now we're going to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to speak on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. The section will be limited to 30 minutes total. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker may speak only once under this section. We will take written participants first, and I do have a number of cards here. So let's see, first is Lisa Happy Cates, and then Ron Morocco.
Good evening, council members. Mayor, my name is Lisa Hoppe Cates, and I am the president of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. And I want to report that our last sweep, we gathered 23 pounds of trash off the Esplanade alone in just 1 hour. We had about 30 people there, so it was very successful. The second point of information is that we've now secured our scholarship program with Redondo Union High School. So it's going to be given to all the seniors the 26 and 27 school year. And we already have a couple students involved. The third point being this first student, his name is Mitchell. He comes to every sweep and he's a sophomore and he's very excited to get things going environmentally as far as the Esplanade goes. And you can find on our Instagram and on our Facebook that he's done a video interviewing all of the board members as well as what it means to us to be on KEB. And he's put it at Redondo Union TV as well. So it's actually their whole high school is knowing more and more about it. So check that out if you'd like. And then our next sweep is March 7th, where we have Redondo Beach School District. So if you'd like to come down, it's only an hour, 9 to 10, to help us pick up trash. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Ron Morocco, and then Mary Drummer.
Good evening, Council. Ron Morocco, District 3. I want to do a little bit of minute math because we have some inconsistencies going on in our minutes, and I think we need some clarification. So the council has 5 members, 3 is a quorum. Commissions have 7 members, 4 is a quorum. And what we're seeing is inconsistent recording of minutes. So we have 5 people present at a meeting, we do have a quorum, and if the vote is 4-1, 4 yes, 1 no, are you going to be reporting it as 4-1 to 2, as it seems to be creeping into the thing? Or are you going to be reporting it as 4-1 with 2 absent, as was done in April of 23 for the Harbor Commission and in September of 23 for the Public Works Commission? It becomes more interesting when you have 4 yes and 1 abstention. Are you going to be reporting it as 4-0-3, or are you going to be reporting it as 4-0-1 with 2 abstentions? Obviously, it doesn't matter when you have 4 people voting yes, but what if you have 4 people at the meeting? So you have a 3 vote yes and 1 vote no and 1 vote recusal. You have a 3-1-2 vote. Does that pass? Or do you need 4 votes to make it pass? Is it going to be recorded 3-1-2 or 3-1 with 2 absences? And that's what happened at the Public Works meeting on January 23rd, 2023. But what if you have only 4 present and 4 people vote yes? Are you going to record it as 4-0-3, as was done in the Harbor Commission on October 14, 2024? Or are you going to record it as 4-0 with 3 absent, as also was done at the Harbor Commission on October 14, 2024? And what the reality is, we did have a situation where last month in the Public Amenities Commission, we had 4 people there. If we had a 3-1-3 vote, does it pass? Does it not pass? I was looking into it, whether you have to have a majority of all the people there, or it's something that's a majority of just the people present. And here's another real scenario that happened on September 5th, 2023 at a city council meeting. You guys have a tremendous attendance record, so it was really hard to find this one. So you had a yes vote, you had 3 people present, and you had a quorum, 2 absent. You had ayes, Councilman Barrett and Acting Mayor Kalyurevich voted yes. You had Councilman Narenheim voting no, Councilman Abaji and Lowenstein were absent. So is the vote going to be 2-1-2 or 2-1 with 2 absent? Does the motion pass or does the motion fail? Because you didn't get 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, if I could.
Very quick.
Very quickly, what are you proposing in the event of an absent commissioner? How are you proposing that be recorded in the minutes?
It's being recorded right now as...
How do you propose, if you have a proposal at all?
Excuse me?
How, do you have a proposal as to how that should be recorded in the minutes, or are you making an observation as to the
I'm making an
inconsistency?
observation, but the proposal is to keep it the way it's been for years. And if it's a 3-to-1 with 2 people absent, you treat them as absent.
And you
So-
noted as
so
such in the
if
minutes.
it's 3-to-1, it passes,
Okay.
but it doesn't have the 2
thank you.
people that weren't there count as a vote
you.
abstaining.
Yes.
Which is what it looks like it's doing.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just to clarify, I mean, my reading is, it's the vote of the members who are present determine the majority and the pass-fail, except in those cases where, like, it says you have to have 4 votes to override.
Generally, yes, that has been the way we've been doing it. The charter specifies for ordinances and resolutions, the city council members, there has to be 3, regardless of who's there. However, it is silent on commissions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mary Drummer and then Jim Mueller.
Thank you, Emily.
Good evening, Redondo Beach. I am Mary Drummer, District 1, and I humbly represent the city on the Board of Trustees for LA County West Vector Control District. I was contacted on February 2nd by Councilman Obaji regarding increased mosquito activity in District 4, concerns over the KTLA 5 news piece on mosquitoes in El Segundo on January 20th, and the recent release of the 2025 data regarding vector service requests by city, which I normally report on. So tonight I will address all 3. The localized mosquito issue in El Segundo is adjacent to the Hyperion reclamation plant, where multiple breeding sources were found. The increase was noted in mid-December, and by the end of January, the trap count had decreased by 66%, and the effort by vector control is ongoing. Where there's a water source and/or significant rains, mosquito breeding increases even in the winter. An outbreak is defined by a cluster of disease transmissions to humans and is determined by LA County Public Health. LA County human cases are referred to vector control, who distribute hangers on the homes within a 100-meter radius, which is then followed with door-to-door inspections of the parcels in that area. There have been no current human cases of disease transmission from that situation. In addition to the resident notifications, their mayor and city council have been notified and updated regularly. Last year, Redondo Beach had 20 total service calls, Hermosa 19, Manhattan 23, and Palos Verdes PV Estates and Torrance similarly reported. Vector control services are paid for by property tax assessment, which is currently less than $15 per parcel, and a service call is free. The universal instructions for addressing mosquito prevention or reduction is called tip and toss. It takes as little as 1 cap of water to breed, so if you have anything on your property that can collect water, remove it or empty it. If you have a rain barrel, use a mosquito dunk, which looks like a particle board donut, and is people and animal friendly. Redondo is too far to be affected by El Segundo, but being aware of breeding sources at home and removing them and calling LA County West Vector Control District for a service call is the best way to avoid this vector, which is not only annoying, but carry diseases that can be fatal to humans, like West Nile virus, Zika, and more. Our vector control contact information is on our city's website under animal control. Check your yards, talk with your neighbors, and prepare for the warmer months now. The rain and unseasonably warm temperatures are expanding the season, but rest assured, this public agency is here to help. Visit LA County West Vector Control District online or call 310-915-7370 for a service request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Jim Mueller and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Good evening again. The state law allows a city to declare a section of highway with certain characteristics a business zone. Artesia Boulevard in North Redondo has those characteristics. The U.S. Transportation Department build grants could pay to refurbish Artesia Boulevard between Inglewood and Aviation to make it more amenable as a business zone. I believe North Redondo residents want the boulevard to be more a community space than a speed-through highway. Business zone status gives the city more control over speed and pace of cars, which would more accommodate pedestrians and bikes. Further altering the roadway would make more pedestrian space. The traffic lanes, speed limit 35 and lightly enforced, are too near pedestrian spaces. Now, the median takes up a lot of space that could be added to the sidewalks. The lack of space for people is a business problem in the Artesia Business District right now. The key to business success is to attract a lot of people into a space adjacent to where goods are available for sale. Del Amo and Manhattan Village are examples of malls that have redesigned themselves to attract the modern Amazon-aware customer. They have made a public space to hang out, shop, meet friends. The reason so many people are attracted to the idea of a farmer's market on Artesia is to be able to walk to the market, hang out there, shop, and enjoy their community without having to get in their car and drive 5 to 8 miles. Some of the ACAP changes address these issues, but I urge the council to direct staff to look for more ways to make Artesia Boulevard a more productive and enjoyable commercial district for the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Georgette Cantner.
Hi, good evening. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And I don't know, that Easy Reader article really kind of upset me. I worked too hard to, I hope you caught my letter to the editor this past week. Anyway, so I put together a timeline, and I realized that a lot of people don't really understand exactly the kind of work that we did. And so I'll just share. So in 2018, I went to my first Metro community meetings, and those were rough. And then in 2020, Bill Brand reached out to me on Facebook and said we needed to talk. The letter had been out to Metro with the two alternatives requested by Redondo Beach to study, which were the right-of-way trenched and the Hawthorne elevated. And the thing that was hard was the right-of-way trenched being on there. And so, we had to go to work. And so anyway, there had been no community engagement within the city. So then Bill Brand reached out to me, and then things got really intense. I got invited to October 2020, Georgia Sheridan and Mark Deerking were here. It was a virtual meeting, and I pointed out a lot of things on the right-of-way south of 182nd Street that had never been addressed. So then Deerking invited Glenn's right-of-say group for a virtual meeting, and then Glenn invited me. And the entire meeting ended up being about south of 182nd Street. They had no idea. They were very stimulated by this conversation, and I was pointing out this bottleneck here and this and that and the width and all of that stuff. So that was, from then on, I took over right-of-say and used that as a platform to communicate with the community and update the website and whatnot. And Holly Osborne got me, as I mentioned before, going to the Board of Directors meetings, and those, the research had been intense, and there were a lot of documents. Every document had to do with the right-of-way. From my former corporate experience, cost control, I went through the documents and scrutinized dismantling narratives and arguments and mistakes on every single report. And I took them to every board of director meeting, 3 board of directors meetings every month for 2 years. And tried to report back here. I don't know how much was understood of what I was reporting. But anyway, so here we are. Holly Mitchell says it's the ones who came to the meetings every month.
Thank you, Nikki, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Georgette Gantner, and then Sean Odell, and that's the last card I have.
Georgette Gantner, District 2. Can I have permission to distribute these to you, articles?
Motion to receive and file.
Second. Okay, all for it? Aye. Motion passes.
On January 15th, Easy Reader wrote an article regarding City of Manhattan Beach possibly adding 61 million in developer fees. And the way they're going about it is they're considering increasing fees for a growth developer impact fee that if it was utilized to 100%, which would include the, one of the things that it would include is the Fry's development and the high rise, it could add to 61 million. It's unlikely, but it's a lot of money nonetheless, even an incremental amount. Currently, Redondo Beach does not participate in this tax, and I'm thinking that, you know, I don't know how viable it is, how feasible, but if we are going to have developers coming in here, and I know we have to accommodate some of them, even with our efforts that have been diligent, we could bring in some money, and if they want to come, let them pay. That's what I say. For the proposed, on the high rise on Rosecrans and Sepulveda, it's a 273 unit on the Fry's property. And at the current rate that Manhattan Beach assesses developers, they would yield 191,000. Where their proposed changes, they would yield over 5 million. So it's significant. And the fee, these fees are collected across 8 categories, which includes police, fire, general government, facilities, transportation, sewer and storm drainage, and water, and a 5% administrative fee. They're a one-time fee assessed to developers, and just to mitigate impacts on the cities with increased development. Hopefully this fee will not be extended to residents because as they discuss in the article at the end, Nina Tarnay, who's councilwoman in Manhattan Beach, had said, well, the older people shouldn't bear the brunt of this tax overall. It should just be people who are doing developments or renovating their property. But I say, hopefully not. Hopefully it's not going to residents. Maybe it could be you know, relegated to the developers only because they are spending the big money and they're coming in and residents are already here. And if they want to develop their properties, it's existing on property that is existing. So I don't know if Redondo Beach is participating or thinking about participating in this, but it's something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sean O'Dell, and that's the last card I have.
Sorry, I didn't. I'm Sean O'Donnell. This is my wife, Tricia. We live at Churchill. And if for those who aren't familiar with Churchill, it's basically Nob Hill, Serpentine, Alta Vista, that area. Actually, we came here for pickleball courts, but you guys went through that pretty quick. But I think a bigger impact that we've sort of been tolerating over the last 5 years is the amount of moms and dads rushing to get their kids to Alta Vista School in the morning. And I guess I should have showed up prepared, but we're trying to figure out how come Juanita gets speed bumps and we can't get speed bumps. I can sit out in my front yard and watch, I'm not gonna name names or anything, but the people who take stop signs as slow down and maybe look for someone that might get hit. And particularly the thing that is forced us to now is when my wife leaves to go out in the morning at 8 o'clock, which is rush time, we all know. I literally have to stand out, make sure there's no one coming up the street, going down the street, and making U-turns where they're not supposed to make U-turns. So I guess I'm wondering, can we get a flashing stop sign at our
Juanita and Serpentine?
Yeah, at Juanita and Serpentine.
Or speed bumps?
Or speed bumps, or how do we go about that process?
Slow traffic down.
But I'm telling you, it is like the Indy 500 going by our corner.
Mm-hmm.
You want to look at him, he's your council member.
Yeah. You can't respond, but.
I get it. We didn't show.
Information, Brad.Waller@Redondo.
I can send you video, but literally between 8 and 8:15 every morning.
But thank you so much. We're running out of time. But I also want to say that I am We are so happy to be in this community of Redondo Beach, and we're so happy. And thank you so much for all that you all do. So that's another positive point, right?
Yeah, so we will send it to him.
Very quickly,
so much.
Councilmember.
Quickly, I'll just say, we do have a terrific traffic engineer, so if you email your council member, the traffic engineer will be out there actually to check it out, probably within like a few days.
Okay, yeah, because I tell you, it's between golf carts and e-bikes and, Suburbans.
Your time's up. We're not allowed to discuss this and debate it.
Thank you, Mr. Light.
We got the message. I think
thank you.
Councilmember Waller's got this, so thank you for bringing it to our attention. Okay, Sean O'Donnell on the, that was Sean O'Donnell. Okay, any member of the audience wish to address the council on any agenda item that's not on the agenda?
Joan Irvine, District 1. Today is International Safety Internet Day, and I'm here because online safety is a public health and safety issue. For almost 20 years, I worked in online child protection. I managed a child pornography reporting hotline for 9 years, collaborating with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the FBI, Interpol, and law enforcement agencies around the world. I have seen the worst of commercial sexual exploitation of children, realities that no one should have to witness. Nearly 2 decades ago, I spearheaded the development of the Restricted to Adult website labeling system, an early effort to protect minors online. The work was recognized by the American Society of Association Executives, the U.S. Congress, the California State Senate and Assembly, and cities including Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, and Redondo Beach. So I speak today as someone who has lived these issues. Here's the hard truth. When a parent gives a child a cell phone or unrestricted access to social media, they are also giving online predators access to their children. Predators use the platform to groom children for sexual exploitation, trafficking, drug use, and coercion. Meanwhile, large tech companies like Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube make billions while placing children at risk. Many of us who worked in the early online safety still wonder how these powerful new technologies like AI were released without meaningful child protection safeguards. But exploitation isn't the only danger. Cyberbullying is now linked to youth suicide. Youth are being bullied online 4 times more likely to be reporting suicidal behavior. About nearly 15% of U.S. adolescents report being cyberbullied, and newer studies show that over half of the students experienced it at some point. In some regions, about 5% of youth suicide deaths were directly associated with online bullying, and victims were nearly twice as likely to attempt suicide. Recent studies show that 40% of depressed or suicidal youth report problematic social media use. Today, suicide is the second leading cause of death of young people ages 10 to 24. We protect our children in the real world, yet we hand them unlimited, unsupervised access to the most dangerous playground ever created. Parents and everybody in the community, please make sure you do whatever you can to protect your children, when you're giving them phones or giving them computers or access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda? Okay, we have no one in the audience. Anyone online?
I have one person on Zoom, Mark Nelson.
Okay, go ahead, Mark. You got the floor.
Okay, the prior 2 speakers did a bit of the heavy lifting for me already, which I appreciate. First off, I'd like to thank our new police chief, with, I'm sure, support from the city manager, for bringing a renewed focus of safety to the 500, 600 North Prospect frontage. We've had officers out there and motorcycle officers looking for speeders and illegal turners and wrong way drivers. And they've been out almost a couple times a day. And it really is appreciated by the folks that live on the street, because I think, as everyone knows, we've been working on this for the last 18 months or so. I certainly want to thank fellow resident Daryl Boyd, who has been spearheading it. I think that speed bumps and other things like that are definitely good to investigate, and I would certainly second the two speakers ago with their issues that they've been facing on their street. And you just need to be persistent and see what you can get done. Regarding the child pornography and child predator issues, we have had the old-fashioned child predators on our street. LA County had reported to Redondo Beach Public Works about why they had to put in highlighting on the pumping stations when they have them here, because they had child predator investigations going on around the bus bench area on Prospect. What we really would like to do is get a little bit more red paint there so that we can't have cars parked in front of it, vans or SUVs, so that we have sunlight to that bus bench. And there's a Caltrans report on best practices on transit safety that certainly say that increasing visibility into bus stops is a low cost, high impact action to reduce crime and improve safety. LA City had the same thing. So, 10 or 20 bucks worth of red paint to extend the daylighting curb from 20 feet to 30 feet or 35 would probably do the deal. And we'll still need more enforcement on parking. But again, I really want to thank the chief. He's hit the ground running, and his folks have been out supporting us. And we've literally had feet on the street here, and it does make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else?
That's the last one for Zoom, and we have, let me just double check here. We have one. So we have one, and that's it, one for J1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that wraps up public participation on non-agenda items. We'll now jump to item N1. That's discussion and possible action regarding a licensing agreement for our city logo.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. The item before you is the discussion and possible action on a licensing agreement for city branded apparel using the updated city logo. This item is also being brought forward in response to direction provided by the City Council as part of the city's strategic plan. So tonight's presentation will begin with an update on the status of the city's trademark filings for the new city logo. I will then provide an overview of two distinct licensing models used by other cities and a discussion of potential next steps the City Council or the city could consider, and then conclude with staff's recommendation. So with regards to our trademark status of the city's new logo, the City Council approved a contract with Innovent Law on August 20th, 2024 to prepare and submit trademark filings for the updated city logo. Those filings were completed and submitted to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on March 12th, and the city's application includes multiple classifications, which also includes apparel and other merchandise. The trademark review process typically takes at least a year, and the city's application is currently moving through the federal review process. And at this time, the anticipated approval date is spring of 2026. Securing the trademark is an important step as it establishes the legal foundation needed for the city before the city can formally license the logo for commercial use. The total initial cost for trademarking the city logo was $14,900, which included the flat mark fee, classification fees, and legal services. There are also ongoing maintenance fees required to keep the trademark active. These fees are due in the 5th year after registration and every 10 years thereafter. Failure to file the required declarations or pay the associated fees may result in the cancellation of our trademark status. So as part of the research, staff reviewed how other jurisdictions manage and use their municipal logos for merchandise and commercial sales. Two cities that we identified here, the city of Rochester, New York, and Beverly Hills. City of Rochester offers both non-commercial and commercial licensing options supported by fees and a simple online application process that's reviewed by the city's communication and special events team. Beverly Hills has a more structured approach, including a branding and licensing committee that reviews the proposals, which is composed of 2 council members. And the committee reviews proposals, works with a branding consultant, CMG Worldwide, and provides recommendations to the full city council. Recently, Beverly Hills has entered into licensing agreements with several well-known brands, including Erewhon and Skechers, with terms that include royalty payments and equality control requirements. So the following listed on the slide here are the potential next steps the city council and the city can consider. First, once the trademark is fully approved, the city can adopt a formal resolution or ordinance defining the logo as a protected municipal mark and establishing guidelines for its use. Second, the city council could create a governance structure, such as a subcommittee of council members like Beverly Hills, or designated staff like City of Rochester to review licensing requests and oversee agreements. This structure could be supported by a branding consultant, similar to what Beverly Hills does, to assist with negotiations and compliance. Third, the city could develop a comprehensive licensing framework that includes a standardized application process, clear approval criteria, and a defined fee and royalty structure for commercial use of the logo. And fourth, the city can issue a request for information or an RFI to gauge interest from potential local businesses, as well as help evaluate production costs and marketing potential. So to conclude the presentation, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction on the potential implementation of the licensing agreement of our new logo. And I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, can you go back to the previous slide, please? So all 4 of those are parallel, they're not exclusive to one another.
You can do a mix of them, 1, 2, you can choose what the next steps you would like staff to take.
But if we choose one, it doesn't exclude some of the others.
Correct.
We can do all 4 of those in parallel.
If you'd like.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji?
Sure. Thank you, Jane, for this research, the deep dive and analysis. Really appreciate it. On the develop a licensing framework with application procedures, approving criteria, and fee royalty structures, do you think that Redondo Beach could attain the same type of subscription to our intellectual property or trademarks as Beverly Hills? Or do you think that they have maybe an edge on us, to get some sort of revenue from Erewhon and other Skechers and the like? I mean, it sounds like a facetious question, but it's not. Do we think there's really a market out there that wants to pay a premium for Redondo Beach, for Redondo Beach branded stuff?
Yeah, so that's a fair question or good question for us to deep dive. In speaking with the Beverly Hills team that I did the research with and to understand the process itself, Beverly Hills has started this process quite some time ago, so they've built the momentum, build that repertoire with reaching out to large companies to be able to license and use their logo for commercial uses. I think the 4th option there listed on that slide regarding the RFI would give us a better sense of what the potential gate of community interest would be for the uses of our new logo.
Okay, thank you, yes. And that's what I was thinking too, which is that I think the goal with this, and I did say premium for our logo, is to get our logo out there because people do want it. Residents would love to have our shirts with them on it, would love to have hats, grocery bags, mugs, you name it, right? And pay an affordable price for it, but take pride in their city and that they have a piece of their city, something that they can sport with pride. So I do support moving forward, at least at this time, and I'm open to any of the other next steps, but I feel like the easiest, lowest barrier option right now is to go forward with a request for information or request for proposal to a vendor or merchandiser who can produce, a category of goods that we come up with, cups, hats, shirts, reusable grocery bags, sweatshirts, hoodies, mugs, you name it, whatever it is y'all want to put down on that list. that they'll tell us how, what brands are going to use for this stuff, quality products like Bella Canva and so on and so forth, soft materials. How they intend to distribute it online. Do they have a website already set up? Do they have experience with online stores? How will they get it to our brick and mortar stores? International Boardwalk, at the Riviera, Artesia Boulevard, the Galleria Mall. And what will be the price points for these products? Because ultimately, we don't want to license this out only to have somebody charge $50 for a coveted Redondo Beach sweatshirt, when the idea is to make it affordable for our residents to be able to get and sport with pride. And I think from there, we can kind of grow the interest in, hey, this Redondo Beach thing is cool, right? And the like. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you. Oh, and also include, in their RFP, they'll propose to us what they're proposing to pay as a licensing fee.
Okay.
Was that a motion?
I mean, I'll make an emotion once we hear from everybody else, but.
So I am concerned. I think we should set up a governance option. In that, what I don't want is companies out there producing stuff that lets people confuse city workers and city staff, and with somebody just happen to have a logo on their shirt. So we should make sure there's some differentiation between what the staff is wearing and what we're selling, or what someone else is selling out to the community at the very least. And on the other side, we should have some control over what they're putting this logo on. There's probably some stuff we don't want our logo on, don't want to be associated with it. So, I agree with the RFI, but I also think we ought to be looking at, I think we should look at adopting the ordinance to protect it and get that in motion. I think we should consider a governance option. Whether we go straight to a licensing framework or just go the RFI, I'm open. I respect your opinion on that, but I don't think we should just do just the fourth one. Okay, Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Love the report. I can tell you I get asked all the time for people that want to get a jacket or a shirt or a hat or a sticker even with the city. So moving forward is good. The government's option to me is, having a subcommittee of council members or staff or hiring a consultant, I think comes later when we find out the Skechers wants to do Redondo Beach branded shoes or something like that. Having our resolution and ordinance, that is what gives us the protection and lets us say what it can be used on and what it can't, as well as if we're doing a license with somebody. The licensing I could see being easy to do. I don't see the $100 fee that Rochester charges as being a reasonable fee for Redondo. I think it would be a little bit higher because people want to do the Redondo logo. Doing the RFI makes sense too. I don't have any problems doing that. Because there's two basic ways that I could see this being done. One is you have one singular partner that is the only person that produces it, and then they wholesale it to retailers in the area. And the other way is we would choose a limited number of retailers that would be allowed to produce and sell the merchandise. So it could be, one or two retailers in the village, on Artesia Boulevard, in the Pier and Harbor area, in the Galleria, and they would be the only ones that would have the ability to do it. So I could see either of those two ways working. Having a singular vendor does make it easier on the city, because if we decided that we want to, say, get $2 for every item you sell, if you've got one person producing everything, then it's far easier for us to monitor that and then get some, whatever that licensing fee is going to be. If it is with a dozen vendors across the city, that's a dozen people that we have to monitor. So I can see a downside with that. But I could even see having a area on the city's website that would be a place where somebody could go off and buy things. Maybe it's slightly different what you buy at the retail store. Maybe you don't sell the shopping bags and the shirts, it's just hats and stickers or something like that. But having a committee, a subcommittee of council members that figures that out, I think is too much. I think we let city staff assist and tell us what the market is looking for. As for a licensing fee, it's all over the map. I don't really know what the right number is, but Rochester's not charging enough. I'm sorry. That's it for me for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
So I agree with all of these points on the potential next steps. With the RFI, I think our best move going forward is to start in almost a shorter term, more flexible approach and expand so we can see what the market is for these types of products. Maybe we do things internally, but I don't want to spend, $50,000 on an RFI study looking at the market on top of everything else, because it would take us a long-term time to earn that back. And I wouldn't want to do a large study, even involving staff time, just given the limited amount of staff time that we have with everything else going on. So I think if we take a measured approach, that would probably be our best way forward, and then we can always expand it from there. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. But I also agree with a lot of what was said. It does seem like ultimately it is a balance between, on the one hand, generating revenue to provide a great community, like we heard from the two speakers who are up here, who had a lot of problems, but concluded with, I love this community, we provide great services. A balance between that and then providing logo merchandise goods that the public and our residents want. How we strike that balance, I'm not sure. I like the idea of an RFI if it's not going to be super expensive and if staff has the bandwidth to do that. I don't want to pile on right now, where we just kind of open it up, find out, let people bring proposals to us and we can pick and choose, and maybe it's a hybrid approach, including, a certain stream of commerce on our website where it's on the city website, but we're not handling it. We have a third party who's doing the coffee mugs and the jackets and the hats. And so it seems like there are different options, and Jane's done a lot of the legwork. Thank you for doing that. And maybe can continue to work with Beverly Hills or other cities to probe and maybe meet informally with their consultants, get institutional information that's already out there and free to the extent that's doable. I also understand the concern about potential impersonation of city staff with like the hats. I defer to staff on that if that's a real, we don't want somebody dressed up with the public works gear going into the sewer and or whatever. So hopefully there's, keep that in mind. And if that is a problem, let us know. So yeah, I'm in favor of adopting the resolution, defining the logo as a protected mark of this municipality, and then issuing a request for information to gauge interest from potential local business partners. And I use that phrase loosely, RFI more broadly. And I agree with Councilmember Waller. We've got capable staff. If you need our help, you'll let us know. I don't at this time see the need for a subcommittee. So I would make that a motion if there's some consensus around that, and I'm open to thoughts, input, amendments.
So in the ordinance, you would make city staff the governance?
Would we need that? Good question. Do we need that in the ordinance? Or can we just have the ordinance defining the logo as a protected municipal mark?
I think we have probably both options at the end of the day. I think at minimum, we would want the ordinance to provide protections of its use and identify penalties if it's misused.
Okay.
And then typically in that scenario, then it's determined by staff through enforcement mechanisms as to whether or not the ordinance has been followed or has been violated.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where we would start with the ordinance. You could obviously go further.
Start there.
Yeah, I think
come
we would
back
start there.
Maybe later with the framework of what we're doing.
Right.
Okay.
And then the RFI, I think to answer your question that was posed by both Councilmember Castle and yourself,
Yeah.
I do think we have the band. We would look to do a more streamlined RFI.
Streamlined.
And it would flow into Jane's existing workload, which is pretty pretty heavy, so it wouldn't happen tomorrow. We do have some time. We don't have the trademark yet fully realized, so we're a few months away on that. I think we could run some of the development in parallel, but we would try to keep it simple.
Okay.
And we would look probably to start with local partners as opposed to kind of a global RFI, if you will. So start to kick the tires, so to speak.
All right, and to the mayor's point, is there anything else we need to do to effectuate that first step, either for the city attorney or city manager on that?
Just the motion tonight, that's the work we'll start. We'll start working on drafting and go from there.
I'll make that the motion then.
Okay.
Do we want to leave the, or if I may, Mayor?
Yes.
Do we want to leave the resolution or ordinance open, that it's a subcommittee of staff and/or council members in case we get some issues later down the line where we do need to engage council, but not necessarily in a full-fledged hearing, regularly to come up with rules and stuff?
Yeah, I'm open to, if you want, we're open to having a flexible approach here. I mean, I think we would start the ordinance drafting process. I do think ordinance is better than reso in this respect. It's the only way we're going to be able to implement penalties. So I think that's important. It will take more time. But if we do come across a governance need in the initial ordinance, I think we've heard the sentiment here. We will create something or propose something. I don't know if that would be required at the outset. So.
And in the RFI, might we also specify that there should be wholesale and retail prices, so that, if they're going to sell to brick and mortar shops in Redondo Beach, that's a different price than selling to me online or, my neighbors
I think
online.
maybe, I think we want to make this easier for us, I think we let the business community give us concepts. We react to that and learn from that. And then perhaps, refine our approach after that.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I would
So we have a
second.
motion.
Second.
Okay. So just, not to belabor the governance thing, my concern is I don't want every decision related to this coming back to the council for adjudication at every step of the way. And I do think we can trust a subcommittee of council member and staff to kind of guide this thing as we go forward. That's why I would rather have something that we start with up front, because I don't want the RFI to have to come back to us before you release it. I don't want to, when we get bids back, have to come back to the council on this. And I do think Jumpstart, as we're reviewing the ordinance, also approve the governance process, because one's going to be, hopefully we get approved this spring and we're ready to go.
The ordinance.
So I don't want another 3 months of what's our governance, or month to figure out what's our governance.
Well, I think the ordinance in itself creates you as a council are setting by policy in the ordinance what the sort of rules and regs are, right? What we're
I heard both sides. One is just an enforcement if someone abuses it, but you could include governance in the ordinance.
Well,
and that's
you
what I'm
can
trying
create
to
a
do.
more involved ordinance structure that has appeals hearings and ultimately the council being a deciding sort of apparatus, or by pure policy, you're stipulating in the ordinance what the do's and don'ts are. Council's ultimately approving the ordinance and listing those, and then we're simply enforcing according to that policy direction. The ordinance is going to govern activity. You'll approve that. Whether or not you want to create outlets for additional administrative review or council hearing and appeal, that's how you would, that's the guts of the ordinance. I don't think we necessarily have to do that.
What I'm trying to circumvent isn't somebody steals the logo and we go enforce it. It's when the RFI comes back,
right?
What do we do with it? I don't, every time we get an RFI response, I don't want to vet it through the whole council.
Right, you're looking to create more of a streamlined council review approach through creation of a subcommittee.
Or staff, depending on what the council wants. Rather than bring it back here and take up time on, we had over 1,000 agenda items last year. You don't need to add apparel approval to the council meeting.
I'm sure staff would bring back 1 or 2 RFI responses, say we worked with, they seem like the best, right? I mean, isn't that how it would work, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, we can have full discretion, come back with what we think is the appropriate response, fill you in as a group here publicly, and then we learn from that. We would make recommendations based on what we've learned. Or to the mayor's point, the option would be the council has a role through a subcommittee of information and participation in that process. We're open to either. Certainly feel competent and capable that we can provide this to you in a form as an efficient way as possible. There would just have to be some trust that you're reacting to what we provide.
Yeah, and Ken, you're able to do that. You're able to package it together, bring it to us, at least the first responses to the RFIs. Here's what we have. We'll get a slideshow. We'll make some decisions. We'll hear from the public, and we'll go from there.
That is definitely an
And then if
option.
at that time, we're like, hold on, we need a
There's a
council
lot here.
subcommittee. This is complicated. We got to, who wants to, we could do it then.
That would also be an option.
Well, I already hear it.
So
What
let's do it
brands
that
are they going to
way.
put on?
We're going to find out.
But I do agree with this approach because the initial swag we got was staff originated and it was pretty good and people loved it and that's what got the residents asking for it.
I had forgotten about that, yeah.
I do have confidence that the staff can.
Got some other
I do
great
too.
swag
I just
ideas.
don't think we need
All
to
right.
be involved in every
Right,
decision.
no, absolutely.
There will be opportunities to course correct here too. To Councilmember Barrett's point, we'll come back with the initial download. And if you all think, hey, wow, there's a lot to unpack here, let's get a subcommittee to look at this so we can save ourselves time. Heck, maybe we even recommend that depending on what we receive from a response standpoint.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussions by the council? Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item?
Swag?
No, do not.
Anybody online? Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's 5-0 and 0 absences.
Where's Ron?
Ron's gone. Ron's absent.
Where's Ron when you need him? Okay.
5-0.
On to item N2, which is discussion and possible action regarding the results of the public opinion survey on the commercial retail cannabis regulatory program. Is that you too, Jane?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Floor is
Good
yours.
evening again, Mayor, City Council members. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. The item before you is a discussion of the findings from the public opinion survey on the city's commercial retail cannabis regulatory program. We are also joined tonight by Dr. Richard Bernard and Jack Stein from FM3, who will provide a detailed presentation on the survey results shortly.
Excuse me?
I will begin with a brief overview of the actions that led to tonight's discussion and then turn the presentation over to Dr. Bernard. Following his presentation, I will conclude with staff's recommendations. So on July 1st, 2025, the City Council directed staff to engage a public opinion research firm to survey residents on the potential solicitation of our commercial retail cannabis CRC permit applications in Redondo Beach. Following that direction on August 12, 2025, the City Council approved an agreement with FM3 to conduct a public opinion survey of 500 registered voters. On December 2nd, 2025, the City Council authorized FM3 to release the survey. These actions established the framework for conducting the survey and bringing the results forward for City Council's consideration this evening. So at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Dr. Bernard, and then following his presentation, I'll return again with our recommendations.
So I should just ask you to advance? Okay, great. Thanks. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for inviting me back to present the results of your community survey. Next slide. We conducted the survey between December 6th and the 15th of last year. We interviewed a random sample of 504 Redondo Beach registered voters. For questions asked of everyone, the margin of error is ±4. In some cases, we had a fairly long list of questions and we didn't want to overwhelm your voters. And so in that case, a random half heard some questions and a random half heard the other. And what we did, as I promised when I met with you, half the sample heard supportive arguments first and then opponents' arguments, and the other half heard opponents and then supportive arguments. So that's where the margin of error, that larger margin, comes, and I will detail that in a moment. We contacted folks by telephone, email, and text. We interviewed folks on telephone and online. 49% chose to take it on the telephone, 51% online. Fairly balanced number, which industry standards suggest is the right way to do it. We have the privilege to conduct a previous survey for your successful bond measure in 2024, so that helped informed a little bit of the knowledge of your city. We offered the survey in English and Spanish, of which 4% opted to take the survey in Spanish. And if you notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame it entirely in rounding, so maybe 99 and maybe 101. Next slide, please. Before I get into the topic of the night, we asked very early on in the survey sort of a job performance rating of the city government. That would include everyone, just not specifically the council. And we offered them an excellent, good, only fair, poor option, and some folks said they didn't know and offered that as an answer. 61% had a favorable opinion about the job performance of Redondo Beach city government. 19% said only fair, which typically means average or a little below average, and only 8% said poor. Given people's opinions about government right now in general, both at the federal, state, and county and local levels, these are pretty good numbers, so you should feel good about them. There's always room for improvement. Next slide, please. So now I want to focus on the task at hand tonight. Next slide. We asked in the beginning, straight up, without any information, just a straight up question: do you want the city to allow storefront retail cannabis stores in Redondo Beach? 52% said they did not, 36% said they did, and 12% didn't feel they knew enough to offer an opinion or were undecided. And on the right-hand side, you could see the results by city council district and by age. And I will simply point out that the margin of error, because we're dicing the data a little bit more, is a little larger. So bear that in mind. The biggest differential is in, at this point in the survey, it will change, is in City Council District 3, where 31% said yes, 57% said no. That's a 26-point differential. On the high end in terms of the yes, but overall mixed, because it's 46-43, is District 4. And then you could see fairly consistent statistical numbers by age in terms of level of support, though opposition is a little bit greater among folks who are middle-aged. Next slide, please. All right, we also wanted to test awareness. So we asked them two questions. As far as you know, is it legal to sell cannabis products in the city of Redondo Beach? And if you don't know, it's okay, you can tell us that instead. 22% said that it was illegal to sell cannabis products, and the balance either said it was legal or they didn't know. That leads to 78% who have the incorrect answer. And I appreciate that you talk about it a lot, but mindful that I guess they trust you and don't watch your city council meetings a lot, but that they're less aware of it. We also asked them, are there legally permitted cannabis stores currently operating in Redondo Beach? And again, if they didn't know, they could offer that as an opinion. 17% said no. The balance said yes, or they didn't know, leading to 82% who were unaware of the situation at that time. Next slide. So we gave them a little information, and of course, we worked very closely with your city staff, and I believe they interacted with you. And we tried to be as objective as we could in this box, telling them a little bit about the regulations if cannabis stores are legalized based on the discussions from this body. So we talked about no more than one retail cannabis store would be allowed in each of the city's 2 zip codes. Cannabis stores are prohibited from being located within 600 feet of schools, daycare centers, youth centers, and there were rules for businesses in terms of safety and security, and that these stores would be charged an additional tax set at 4.5% on gross receipts. We said the city is now considering whether to initiate the permit application process, and that would allow for the opening of up to 2 cannabis stores. So trying to reflect all the deliberations of the council. Next slide, please. So based on that, on the right-hand side, we asked them this question that we are now going to follow through the rest of the survey, but I wanted to remind you on the left-hand side, I just showed this a moment ago, what their straight-up answer was without any information. When we said, do you want the city to allow storefront retail cannabis stores in Redondo Beach? I'll remind you, 52% said no. So we gave them that regulation description that I just went through. And this is the sort of ongoing question you'll see from now on. Do you support or oppose the city allowing retail cannabis stores to operate in Redondo Beach under the rules and regulations that have been established by the city? You could see 42% support it, 47% oppose it, with 11% undecided. Now, that's, given that the margin of error is plus or minus 4.4, it's relatively close statistically, but the intensity favors the strongly opposed versus the strongly support, with just the information we've provided at this point, but we're going to be providing them additional information. Next slide, please. I thought it would be important for you to see where folks were at this point in the survey by council district and zip code. I took everyone who said strongly or somewhat support and I made them blue. That blue bar is total support. The orange bar is the strongly and somewhat oppose. That orange bar is total oppose, and the gray are the pure undecideds. And the percentages underneath each district are the percentages that they make up of the registered voters in your city, very closely aligned statistically. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see the results in terms of the zip codes. The biggest differentials, remember, larger margins of error because we've sliced the data into smaller groups. The largest differentials are in District 1 and 3, both at 14% favoring the opposed, but just barely over the support. And the largest differential, and statistically it's indistinguishable, is District 5 at 48 support, 41 oppose. But again, margin of error is large. And then you could see in 90277, there's a 10-point gap favoring opposed, whereas it's even in 90278. Next slide, please. And now next slide, we're going to introduce some of the regulations that the council, you folks, have been discussing and supported in your deliberations. We randomized, there are going to be 2 slides, we randomized the list of features, and we asked them how important are these items to them within the context of these rules and regulations. The dark blue is extremely important, the mid-color blue is very important, the dullest of blues is somewhat important, and the orange are the folks who said not too important, and the gray are the folks who said they didn't know. I've taken the extremely and very important and I've aggregated it on the right-hand side and ranked it as such. And you could see, and what you'll see over the 2 slides, is that a majority say that each one of the regulations that you deliberated on and encouraged are very important, with the lead ones on this particular slide. And I'll just point out a number of these have strong intensities of extremely important. So regardless of whether they support this or not, they really appreciated the regulations that you had considered and supported. Among the top ones not allowed within the 600 feet of schools, daycare centers, or youth centers, requires independent testing to ensure cannabis products are free of harmful pesticides and other contaminants. Those were among the top ones. You can certainly see on your own some of the other top ones. Next slide, please. On the low end, and this is still a majority, but the intensity is a plurality at 41%, can only be open to the public between 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. Monday through Sunday. But majority support overall in terms of extremely or very important, all the elements that you provide. Now, next slide, we go back to the question that I had just asked previously. to remind you, do you support or oppose the city allowing retail cannabis stores to operate in Redondo Beach under the rules and regulations that have been established by the city? On the left-hand side was after that large box that I showed you. That was the response. You've seen this before. It was 42-47. After showing them or reading to them or showing them, depending if they were online or if they were on the phone, all those independent regulations, the response is virtually the same, statistically indistinguishable. They like the ordinances, the regulations, but a slight plurality oppose this. Again, statistically very close given the margin of error, but that intensity really stands out as strongly opposed 38, strongly support 25. Next slide, please. So now we're going to introduce what I like to call sort of discussion in the public square. We've taken a number of statements, 7 in fact, from supporters and 7 from opponents. And again, half the sample are going to hear the supporter arguments first and then the opponents, and the other half are going to hear the opponents' arguments first and then the supporters. We try to level the playing field. We had no agenda here. We just wanted to get a sense of where they were. I'm going to show you supportive arguments first, only because I have to show you something first. So please understand that not everyone heard the supporters first. So next slide. Over the next 2 slides, you will see a series of statements. And we again randomized it to not have any kind of preferential order. The words in the parentheses are the themes of the statements. We did not read it to them, nor did they read it if they were online. And after each one of those statements, we asked them, does this statement make you much more inclined or somewhat more inclined to support allowing retail cannabis stores to operate in Redondo Beach under the rules and regulations that were established by the city? The dark blue is the much more inclined, the bright blue is somewhat more inclined. I've aggregated and ranked the total more inclined to support on the right-hand side. So among the leads are the issue about city ordinances establish sensible and strict regulations to permit the sale of medical marijuana in Redondo Beach that will allow patients with debilitating diseases like cancer to have local access to doctor-prescribed medical marijuana close to home. That was the strongest, both in terms of intensity, statistically very close to some of the other ones because of the margin of error, but nonetheless, that product safety, and it's already legal based on the California vote in November of 2016. I will point out that the intensities are very, very modest, and when you see the opponent side, they're a little stronger in terms of intensities, and none of these statements, and maybe you can please turn to the next slide.
Before you leave this,
Oh,
may I ask
sure.
a question?
Yeah,
quick?
please.
I'm a little confused on the percentages.
Yeah.
You only allowed them 2 answers?
No. They can provide other ones, but for simple, they were allowed to also say less inclined to support, don't believe, no effect, or don't know. But ultimately, these are the messages. Are they moving them in the direction of the support side? In a moment, I'm going to ask them, is the opposition moving in the direction of the opposition side? Yeah, thank you for that question. So as we go down the list, the intensities are very, very modest in terms of lost revenue, 5-year permit, potentially reducing the black market by having these legal cannabis stores, and neighborhood. You've included neighborhood protections, things that people who would be in favor of this effort would support. But these numbers are extremely modest. Now let's go to the opponent's argument. Again, reminding you, half the sample got these first, the other half got the supporter arguments first. In this case, we've asked about, were they more inclined to oppose? The bright orange is much more inclined, the dull orange is somewhat more inclined, and Mayor, to your point, we did give them also less inclined, don't believe, no effect, and don't know. I'm just showing sort of the major effect of it. And the themes, again, in the parentheses were not read to them, nor did they read it if they were online. You'll notice for the only time in the survey with respect to messages or statements, only 2 items, and one could argue statistically 3 because it's 49%, pretty close, make the 50+1 effort, and it comes in the opponent side. And that intensity, where you saw before on the supporter side, the best intensity, that much more inclined, was at 22%, 1913. They're at 41, 39, 38, 32. This tells me that there's a much more heft on the opposition arguments than there is on the supportive arguments. Among the lead is neighboring cities, including El Segundo, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Torrance, have banned retail cannabis stores. Allowing cannabis stores in Redondo Beach will concentrate all the negative impacts on these stores in our city and make Redondo Beach the place to get marijuana. That was one of a number of ones. The next argument reminds the respondent that the voters are already said no in a ballot previously. Next slide. And as we go down the list, the intensities are still stronger than any of the intensities. That bright orange, much more inclined to vote no, are stronger than any of the intensities on the much more inclined to support in yes side. I didn't mean vote, sorry. And then the numbers now are in the 40s, high 40s and low 40s, but still very strong. Next slide. So what happens? Let's look at half the sample on the left-hand side. Bear with me. We asked this question 4 times in terms of level of support. We asked it after that information box, after the regulations, after, in this case, after supportive statements, and after opposition statements. So I didn't show you the last 2 votes, but I'm showing them here, or the last 2 opinions, but I'm showing you here. So half the sample is hearing supporters and opponents. And the orange line is the total opposed, that is somewhat and strongly opposed. The blue line, the top blue line, is total support, strongly or somewhat. And the gray are the folks who don't know. Notice as we move through the survey, we're simulating discussion in the town square, the supporters make it to the 50%, 1 in every 2, if supporters' arguments are first. And the differential is 6 points from 44 to 50. I'm looking at the 3rd vote. But after opponent statements at the end, they hear the opponent statements in this case at the end, it's now 57-37 opposed versus support, a 20-point gap. What happens when opponents get to speak first? The right-hand side shows you that. Again, the 47-42 you see in both as after getting the box, after regulations, it was 47-42. You've seen this before. If I hear opponents first, the opposition is much stronger. It's 56-38. That's an 8-point gap. No, 18-point gap, sorry. And then after supporters come back, they can't rehabilitate their side. It still remains in the opposition, 54-39. So if we can go to the next slide, I can kind of sum up the results in totality for your city. The initial informed vote, you've seen this now a ton of times, 42-47, with a strong intensity of strongly opposed versus strongly support, 38-26. Now I'm looking at the second opinion. After telling them the regulations, which they strongly support, they're still at 42-47. And after all the messaging, regardless of the order, at the end of the day, it's 55-38. The messaging from the opposition moves them into a majority position beyond the margin of error. Now it's not substantially close. It's 55-38, opposed versus support. And the intensity is 20 points greater on the strongly opposed than strongly support. And on the right-hand side was that initial question that I showed you right up front, where we asked them, do you want the city to allow storefront retail? So you could see relatively consistently that there is a modest majority who oppose this, but in terms of intensity, it's almost 1 and 2 at the end of the day. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I'm just about to tell you what I just told you. Most voters are unaware of whether it's legal to sell cannabis products in the city, and relatively few voters think that there are legally permitted stores operating now, or most people don't know actually whether they are or not. Without information, a slim majority do not want to allow retail stores in the city, with a little over a third who do. A plurality oppose cannabis stores operating in the city under established city regulations, with little change after learning about the regulations. Of the regulations, there are certainly many of them they like in terms of location, independent product testing, and on-site security and safety standards. So you've got the elements down that are supportive in your city. Next slide. But after a series of statements, both from supporters and opponents, it ends up at 55% opposed, 38% support, and 7% unsure. But again, I want to point to that intensity of strongly opposed is at 46, and strongly support is at 26. When supporters and opponents communicate, this information persuades some voters, but after all messages and voters' opinions are consistent, regardless which side communicated first. It doesn't matter if I stood up and just made the case for the supporter sides or just made a case for the opponent side. At the end of the day, there is a slight majority of folks who will oppose this effort. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. So what I see is we should approve a cannabis shop on Artesia to be between the two districts that supported it. I'm just teasing the council members up here. Anybody have questions for?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
On the job performance rating that you did you do the same question previously when you did the surveys for the
I do not believe we did. Okay. Otherwise, I would have tracked it.
Because that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
We got it. I thought we were favorable.
I think we asked a right direction, wrong track.
Yeah, it was a slightly different
phrase. It was a right direction, wrong track.
I remember good news.
Yeah.
It's got to be the same question, though, to track.
Yeah.
And then I guess the basic question I have is, in your professional opinion, was this a fair and impartial survey?
Yes, I do believe so. I stood to my word when I was here months ago. I've done this type of approach before. I didn't know how it would come out. I know that you folks have worked a lot of person hours trying to get this right. And there's some evidence that you got it right in the sense that you were thoughtful about the regulations that you wanted to incorporate into it. Now, there's very low awareness in the community. That's super clear. So this survey tries to help educate them. I believe that was fair and balanced, and it was all possible that I could be coming back tonight and saying, they're in, do it. So, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else have questions? Go ahead, Dave.
If we could go back to the description of regulations if cannabis stores are legalized, that slide.
Yeah.
Dr. Bernard, is it fair to say that you're not able to capture in this description that you gave to the poll takers the entirety of the regulations that we had enacted?
Yeah, they wouldn't have sat on the phone or. Right. Yeah, that's right.
So for example, things like we prohibited advertisement of the cannabis, display of the cannabis in the storefront. Mm-hmm. Anything that would actually indicate to a passerby that cannabis is sold inside the establishment. That you couldn't enter without an ID demonstrating that you're over 18 or 21, whatever the age threshold. So that wasn't in here. Is it possible that those who took the polls had a greater perception of the adverse consequences of a cannabis store than would actually be realized under the regulations that we've enacted?
It is possible, but if I may go to the slide with the regulations. Let's start there. So I looked at the crosstabs between who supports this and who opposes it. And even the people who oppose this strongly favored every one of these elements. And I mean, you can disagree with me, of course, but I would argue many of these arguments are about safety, protection, all those kinds of things that you just enumerated that we didn't test. We tested, I think, 10 items. And in spite of the fact that these people who opposed it said, yeah, it's great, it's not going to be near schools, that it's going to be tested. And these are sort of, in the element of things, I would think, protecting children and making sure that the product is safe are probably a higher order. But what you've said makes sense to me as well. I would argue that I believe, had they even heard a lengthier list, that the numbers would have turned out the same, because those opponents still favored all these items.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It was a good question.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Bernard? Okay, thank you, sir. Well done.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate the debrief. It's
Thank you so much.
very informative. Okay, any discussion by the council and action based on this, or?
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. So I obviously approach this from a different perspective, being in my second term, 3 years away from, or 3 years away from a conclusion of 2 terms of service, whereas you all are in your first term, and I'm sure a little more sensitive to, what your constituents have to say on this. I also am seeing that clearly I have kept my constituents apprised of what's going on. And I will actually, I don't think Councilmembers Waller and Chet Castle were here, but we used to go through the maps a lot of where cannabis would be allowed. And on the cannabis map, I couldn't pull it up, but on the cannabis map, when you look at District 4, you see the spots where they had shut down prior unlawful cannabis dispensaries, because those became sites, they're in red, properties in red, where you could not have another cannabis store. And it's interesting to me that District 4 had the most favorable view, despite the fact that we had the most number of unlawful cannabis stores operating in District 4. And I think that's an appreciation of, continuing to just think it's going to go away is not a strategy that's a winning one, but instead, we need to be proactive in enforcing and regulating it. So the other perspective I bring, I think, to this now is, for the first time in my career on council in 5 years, we reached a 1-year employment agreement with a police or with a employee association, with the Police Officers Association. And we'll be back at the table with them here at the end of this year to negotiate another contract. And the question will be, well, what did we do to get more money online so we could extend their contract for more than 1 year, or give them the pay bump that they seek? And we've just had discussions about the user utility tax, and we've discovered, okay, there are gaps. People watching Hulu, Disney Plus, Netflix, anything other than Comcast are not paying for the UUT, and they should be, but that's a tax on all the residents, more or less. We've talked about the transient occupancy tax. That's not a tax on all the residents, but we can't exactly enact it right now. And then we look at what's happening at the county right now. And the Board of Supervisors just put on, and I don't fault them for it. I think it's totally, legitimately needed right now, and I wrote a letter in support. But they just put on a ballot measure, if you could light up 2B, please, which probably will pass, which will kick the sales tax rate in Los Angeles County to 10.25%. Okay, so what are the other mechanisms that the city has to generate revenue when our transient occupancy tax is down? It's maybe increase our sales tax. Well, right now we couldn't, but they're working on they're working on a measure at the state level that would increase the cap for cities to capture more sales tax. But you got to think, what are we going to push the sales tax in Redondo Beach up to 10.75%? No. Grapes are already $10 at Trader Joe's, for goodness sake. So, you know, I don't think that cannabis is a golden bullet that's going to save the city. But we also have to think about, you know, what are we asking of our public works department, our police department? We're asking them to do everything, enforce the e-bikes, enforce, you know, quality of life issues, to crack down on the smoke shops, catch them for selling flavored tobacco and vaporizers, and, you know, everything. Also catch the felons who are carrying guns down the streets, concealed firearms. And so we're asking our employees to perform, and they're going to come up with their contracts here at the end of this year and next year, and they're going to want increases in pay because the cost of everything is increasing. And the question will be, well, what did we do to increase the revenue to the city? The cannabis presents the opportunity to generate revenue from a portion of the residents or visitors who are consuming a particular good, rather than the entire community. And it's an opportunity to put revenue into a sphere that's consuming a lot of resources for enforcement and regulation. I think that the residents who are responding to the poll aren't necessarily seeing the challenge that we are facing and coming, you know, they're not going to closed session with us to talk about the pay, you know, what pay we're going to be able to offer to our employees. So for that reason, I do favor, and I do think that it's supported by my constituents. I do favor moving forward with an RFP. I would be open to, you know, if we want to do it on a trial basis, starting with one, maybe in South Redondo, because North Redondo isn't going to allow one to come in, is what I've understood, that no cannabis store is going to come in, even if we allow to. But those are my 2 cents on it.
I mean, RFA.
RFA, whatever it is that we're going to do on this.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely get what Councilmember Obaji is saying. Obviously, I am newer to this. I was at many of the meetings where they were discussing it. I've seen those maps. I've seen those little pockets about where cannabis sales could be. So if we had 2 shops, one in the south, one in the north, one's guaranteed in my district for sure. And my residents have been pretty vocal about this on both sides. I won't say it's not that they are, you know, all opposed. We've got people, I got multiple emails today from people saying yes on cannabis. You know, they saw the survey results and they still want it. I also got emails today from people that was like, thank God for the survey. You know, the survey shows people don't want it. Revenue is definitely important for the city. I get that. And if this was a little closer, you know, where you could say, hey, margin of error, you know, it's 55, 45 and relatively similar, I get it. But when the strong opposition is virtually the same as the people that support it both strongly and mildly, that shows that it's not quite as even. It's pretty much 60-40 across the city. So I would not be in support of moving forward with retail cannabis at this time. If we educate the public better and they come back and tell us that they really want this, that we need to give our public safety employees a raise because we don't have enough revenue and it's important now, I would revisit this. My mind is not closed on this. I didn't come into this in favor of or opposed to retail cannabis. But my preference would be to receive and file the report and be at that. But I'm not making any motions at this time. That's it.
All right. Anybody else? Councilmember Castle.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that I did an informal survey back over the summer of District 2 residents, and part of that explanation was showing them the map, and given the number of schools between the high school, the middle school, the elementary schools, and even Bishop Montgomery, it was virtually impossible to put a store in District 2. But even with that being said, were they in support of cannabis? And my results were similar to what came back in this survey, that it was roughly an even split in District 2. But looking at the opposition in all of the other districts and taking it all in totality, I mean, our residents don't really want that. And then in the survey, we did ask the question about the tax revenue. And I think everyone who follows us understands that we need more tax revenue in the city, and it's going to be a tough budget year like it currently is this year. It'll be even tougher next year. But at the same time, they still oppose using cannabis as a form of income for the city, in terms of that's not enough of a motivation to make them support cannabis in the city. So I think I would have to, go with the majority, and that the citizens of Redondo don't really want cannabis, and, want us to use other mechanisms to fund our budget. Thank you.
Thank you for covering. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, just quickly, I do think it's noteworthy that the residents seem to be uninformed that retail cannabis is actually illegal in the city. And that, they don't even know, I think they assume that we have them, right? And that cannabis sales are legal. But to that point, I think, I agree with Councilmember Obaji where we have work to do on that. And that was my intention with the smoke shop ordinance, in clearing that up and enforcing what is legal in the city, and proving to the residents that we can handle enforcement and that we will do enforcement on cannabis or any illegal products in the city. I think we all will agree that we need to find ways to bring in revenue to the city. And to that point, I think my budget motions have been the most aggressive in that way. But at this time, I can't go against the will of my constituents to bring in revenue in that way. I will absolutely hear from the public, but I am confident in the ordinance that we prepared. I think if in the future, the sentiment in the community is different, and maybe that's through enforcement of our existing smoke shops, and our residents feel like we have a handle on this, and they have a different view on it. I think we can pull it off the shelf and be ready to go. And I don't think any of this work was in vain either. I do think that it has assisted us in bringing light to what has been happening with smoke shops in the city, and in creating a framework around what we are expecting from stores, and what residents are expecting from us in that enforcement. So definitely not in vain, but maybe not the right time.
Okay, just one question I have. I think this briefing was actually in the blue folder, correct? And we already filed it, so we don't even have to receive and file right now.
It's part of the presentation. It's in the record now. But I think, sometimes the action is receive and file the presentation, not just the materials that were submitted in the blue folder, but the presentation that was received tonight.
Okay.
So it's a
So does
effectively
someone
a
want
no
to make a
action.
motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion to receive and file the survey results. And if folks would entertain it, bring this discussion back prior to the 27-28 budget, so we can check in there if there's any.
Saying June, July? This year?
So it'd be
27, that's a year.
27, 28.
Okay,
so
a year.
Over a year from now.
I'd second that.
All right.
Okay, any discussion on that motion and second? Okay, any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Are there any cards?
There's one. Should have received
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry. Jim Mueller is the only card.
Thank you, council. Good evening again. Surveying was very thorough, gave people every chance to say that they want cannabis from a whole bunch of different perspectives. And I think it's clear to me, this community does not want cannabis drug culture, retail, presence, just like all of the other neighboring communities do not want it. And you talk about revenue. There was I didn't see any estimate of the revenue to be gotten from this venture. It's kind of like a lot of the other investments that you're asked to consider. You're given the cost, you're given all the other details, but there's never an estimate of the revenue that you're going to get. And in fact, you could say, with all the restrictions that you've put on the stores, how could they make any money at all? And with the added supervision and enforcement costs that will come with the unlicensed people trying to sell cannabis coming in, what would the city end up making net anyway? So it's interesting that no cannabis industry people are here like they were when you were first considering this to tell you how wonderful their product is and how much money you would make off of it. So rather than take on the drug culture, why not try harder to get more commercial activity in Redondo Beach that people actually want? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Artesia, let's get those people who are sitting on properties and not doing anything with them and encourage them to either sell or bring in business. That's one way. And then the report I gave you guys, I don't know how feasible it is, but that could bring in lots and lots of money. In the near future, hopefully that can be implemented, developers can be taxed, and it could bring in millions. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Joan Irvine, District 1. As you know, I have been supportive of this for the last 10 years. And the reason why none of the cannabis companies are here is because they saw the survey and they're just going, hey, Redondo kind of a lost cause. But what I want to bring up, it's not just about the revenue, that the lack of legal regulated dispensaries does not protect people. It pushes them to the black market. When the cities block legal access, demand doesn't disappear. It simply moves underground. And underground products are untested, unregulated, and often dangerous. And it exposes young people not only to contaminated substances, but to the criminal network where grooming, coercion, trafficking risks increase, as I referenced during my comment on the Safer Internet Day. Regulation creates visibility. Prohibition creates shadows. As many of you already know, normalizing, a far more dangerous substance. Do you drink in front of your kids? Are kids exposed to alcohol? The alcohol is worse and has deaths and has issues. And we have in our town, we have approximately 15 liquor stores, 20 convenience grocery stores, and more than 100 restaurants where alcohol is served and children are allowed there. And they're debating whether 2 heavily regulated cannabis dispensaries are somehow a threat. This is not consistency. This is selective concern by a few voices. We're talking about educating people. During my campaign, I was told by one of the people who were opposed, anti-cannabis people, who were rallying the parents, that if I changed my position on cannabis, she would deliver the PTA vote. That claim was not true, and it made me question what other narratives are being pushed behind the scenes here in Redondo. Historically, opposition has been financed by competing industries that feel threatened by alcohol, pharmaceuticals, and private prison and enforcement. So that, where is the money coming from for these? And also, while you're denying seniors and patients local access to these products. So I would recommend that you bring it up sooner, or maybe we actually put it on the ballot and have the whole city vote on this. So that, please don't block regulations. Kids don't get safer. The black market gets stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, I have Jonathan Spetko.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry I couldn't join you here tonight. It's been a wise approach for Redondo to take time to consider the issue and what's most responsible decision for its residents. Redondo council, staff, and most importantly, residents have had the benefit and hindsight of allowing pioneering cities to explore the experiment of legalizing cannabis. And based upon the survey, the residents have understood that it is not a good fit for the city to allow commercial cannabis businesses to operate. The state continues to significantly struggle in administering and enforcing the program in an effective manner that prioritizes public health and safety and has failed to uphold a thriving legal market. As evidenced by the ongoing safety testing scandal and multi-year-over-year decrease in licensed operators and tax revenues. Similarly, numerous local governments who had hoped for financial benefits have now had to pivot to support the struggling industry, as evidenced by numerous cities such as San Francisco, who has chosen to indefinitely suspend any local tax. And even worse, Los Angeles, which is now facing the reality that they will never be able to collect on the over $400 million in tax revenues owed to the city by its cannabis operators. Since the beginning, I have advocated that we consider what is most responsible approach to regulating cannabis within the city, and it's more clear today than ever that the only responsible choice is to listen to the will of the people and stop all progress in the allowance of cannabis operations within the city. I'm grateful to the city council and the staff that has invested the significant time considering the issue. I strongly support the result of the survey where the majority of residents have voted against allowing cannabis, and I strongly urge you to listen to the will of the people as represented in the survey and not allow any cannabis operations in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, the next person is Melissa DeCant.
Melissa, you've got the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to give you all a big thanks, first of all, for the smoke shop ordinance. That has the potential to impact so many of our kids' lives, so thank you for that. You put a lot of work into it, and it's really something quite remarkable. I'm working with cities up and down the coast to be able to implement that in other areas using what Redondo's done as a model, so kudos to you all. And I also want to thank you for putting forth the budget item to do this survey. And also, I want to urge you to listen to the residents. Thank you all again. Have a good night. And I wish I were there to thank you in person. I've got a sick child at home.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
One more. Ivan?
Did you say Ivan? Ivan, you've got
Yeah.
the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Again, I just want to reiterate what Melissa just said right now, and thank you guys for all your time and effort you put into this. But I do want to be clear, right? As a father and a professional who's invested his life in this community, and the reason I moved here is because it's a safe haven for my family. I really wish we just put this issue to rest. It's clear by the survey that was conducted, we don't want drug dens in our city. Like how much more clear does it have to be, right? Like if you put it to a vote and let the city decide that way, would that be enough? Like I don't understand. And Mr. Mayor, you made a flippant joke about location being all that matters. That really does dismiss the genuine concerns of families like mine, right? I don't get where that came from. And Abaji, I get that you're on your way out and apparently you don't mind burning the house down on your exit, but your claim that legalizing cannabis will lead to less illegal activity, that's just not true because studies and reports from states like ours and Oregon show that legalization has actually fueled a thriving black market with illegal sales in California reaching $8 billion annually. And just because everybody wants to do drugs, as a city council, you're supposed to do what's good for the people and not just say, okay, well, everyone wants to do meth, we should open meth shops. That's not logical thinking. We've clearly said no, right? Like, no. And for Brad, man, thank you. As a father and a resident, I just want to sincerely say thank you for your honesty in accepting the results of the citywide survey. which show the majority of us oppose cannabis shops in your community. Your willingness to honor the democratic voice of the people stands in stark contrast to the stubborn agenda of some others. And it actually does give me hope that we can preserve our family-friendly city for generations to come. So thank you, Brad. You're an absolute legend. I appreciate you. And that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, that concludes the Zoom. However, we received 14 e-comments and 11 support, well, technically 12 support, and then the rest are all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji, is your hand up?
Oh, no, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett, is yours?
It is. On the pending motion, I'm open to bringing it back for this budget session if needed. I mean, we could discuss it during the budget if the numbers are such. So
I don't think anybody's gonna be driven by this budget cycle, what's gonna, the $100,000 or $200,000 is gonna bring in, but a couple years down the line, or a year down the line after, we get a couple of reports on mid-year and the like, if things are still, we're not good financially strong by that point, I feel like we're gonna have to look at a lot of options.
right, okay. We're not precluded from discussing it during the budget.
No, there'd be no preclusion. It would just be, whether or not we were scheduling this discussion now versus, reacting to what's occurring on the.
Okay. And then strategic plan time, we could.
Another opportunity.
Precluding us. Okay.
Of course, always. Yeah, and we're going to be talking briefly about that next week as we look at our March, tentatively scheduled March date there.
Yeah. Is staff ready to execute if we got to the point of an RFA?
Yeah, if these results had been different and ultimately the community was supportive of us moving forward and you all were as well, we would be prepared to execute the RFA, start that process. That was, in Jane's queue.
Okay.
It is filled with other things at this point, so there'll be plenty of work for Jane to do.
Okay.
She might have been excited about the outcome of these results. I don't know. Not that she ever indicated that.
That's right. We filled it with merchandising and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. We're all over trademarking now. Okay. So no, there's plenty of work to do. We would have been able to execute. It would have pushed other things aside.
All right. And you are able to execute with a little lead time, I would imagine, if needed.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you fast forward to budget conversations now or into the future and the council were to say, hey, let's get this going, we need the money. Yeah, I mean, the RFP is prepared or the RFA is prepared, the ordinance is established and implemented. We would have, it wouldn't take much for us to get it off the ground.
And for the city attorney's office, similar question. There are legal issues. There's a structure in place. Your office would be able to execute and support an RFA if and when that time came, or
yes.
Does it depend?
We are prepared to do that, and we will prioritize what needs to be prioritized at the time it is directed.
Okay. All right. That's all.
Okay, so the motion stands as originally posed, which is to come back in the next budget cycle, the
27, 28. So prior to then, maybe after we get the year-end report from 25, 26, we see
26, 27.
Yeah.
Because you're saying 27, 28.
Yeah, we would probably, I mean, just as a hypothetical, we would maybe prepare an early budget response report, just signaling that there could be opportunity for revenue through that process. And then if that gets picked up at the time as something of interest, can be added to the budget motion. That would be something we would do as part of the 27-28 budget.
Then it wouldn't have to be an agendized discussion. It would be part of that budget.
Yeah, that's how I'm interpreting this motion is we would package it up as part of the budget conversation, not necessarily a focused discussion, but a FYI. Oh, you might remember a few years ago.
Sounds good.
And nothing in the petty motion would preclude us from engaging on this earlier through the mechanisms we already spoke about, correct? This is not the exclusive avenue to touching this again.
Council could make the referral at any time.
Yeah. Okay, well, with that, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. I mean, my flippant comment aside, which wasn't intended to impugn or indicate my support or opposition to moving forward with an RFA. I think there's not much that's going to change in a couple months. We just did this survey. I think it'd be a slap in the face to do the survey and then ignore it. So I would hope we don't spend a whole lot of time readdressing this in just a couple months. I think this was a very damning survey from a perspective of support for cannabis stores, whether you like it or not. I just think it would be wrong to go again. We took the time, we spent the money to do the survey. It'd be wrong in 2 months, 3 months from now when the next budget comes up to go, okay, ignore the survey, do something different. I think the mandate here is to find different ways to raise money, but we can debate that later. I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. City manager items.
Yeah, just a couple housekeeping items. Next week, we will have a regular closed session and open session meeting. The two primary topics on the open session will be the public hearing associated with the 401 South PCH project appeal. And then secondarily, we will have year-end financials for the 24-25 fiscal year close. So that'll be informational at that point. It's the closing item, not the act for itself, but I'll give you a sense of where we finished the fiscal year. And then lastly, we will have a brief discussion about format as it pertains to our March strategic planning effort, just an opportunity for you to give some general direction on how we want to engage that process, which we, I think, tentatively looked at scheduling for either the 4th or 5th Tuesday of the month, as I recall, in the month of March. So early discussion about format there. And that'll then take us to the following Tuesday, which will have a 1 p.m. meeting to discuss a single item, the smoke shop business license closure appeal. That will be before this council in these chambers at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, last Tuesday of the month. And then we'll be back at regular schedule in March. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller.
One of the questions that I thought about during today's discussion, and perhaps it was discussed before I was on the council, did we look into ways of making sure that we can collect tax revenue from cannabis delivery that's coming into our city? Because there is cannabis delivery that's coming into Redondo Beach right now. And do we need to have a discussion item on that, or can I ask for a report, or has that been done already?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer, as I recall, is you have to gain access to the California license and registration, and in order to be eligible to do that, you have to actually permit cannabis retail in your community. So I can't recall if, when that was researched, if we had to simply have an ordinance in place, or if we actually had to have issued a license permit. So it would take a little bit more follow-up to determine, but I do believe there was a bit of a caveat to using that state system, and that really was the only way to be effective in collection. When we had reached out to Hermosa, they hadn't had much success in that effort, as I understand it. But yeah, if you want to really explore that, we would probably need a discussion item or a strategic planning item or something else.
Maybe it should be a strategic planning item then.
Or just the inquiry with staff, because I know there has been that research, so yeah, maybe Elizabeth still has that.
All right, then that's it.
Councilmember Castle.
Nothing for me tonight.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
No.
And I have none for tonight. So we will be going back to close session, but before we do that action, I do want to highlight, since probably no one will be here when we come back, tonight we are adjourning in memory of, we will be adjourning in memory of David Poster, 99-year-old Redondo Beach resident. I think Councilmember Kalajevic, you had some words from.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we would adjourn in his honor. He was a proud Redondo Beach resident who loved being a part of this community. I believe he's been here since, he's been here since 1950, and the Thursday would have been his 100th birthday.
Yeah. So we will be adjourning in his memory after closed session. So with that, we are going to go back.
Before we go, may I just say a few words?
Oh, absolutely,
Just
sorry.
pick up where Councilmember
Always do
Kaladerovich.
so well, please.
So I also saw on the agenda to adjourn in memory of David Poster, and I recognize the name because our friend Vanessa Poster is the daughter of David. Yeah. And I also understand some members of City Council attended the memorial for Mr. David Poster. And it also jumped out to me, 99 years old. I mean, 99 is a long time. And, it struck me when I was reading through some of the information about Mr. Poster. He actually came to this country because his parents came here because of religious persecution. And sometimes we take that for, granted here that, we heard about Churchill and we all have our own faiths and beliefs. To have to leave a country because of religious persecution is something, it reminds us we should not take for granted. The other thing that jumped out to me looking into Mr. David Poster was he actually fought in 2 wars for this country. Think about that. So when we say, if you're a veteran, please stand up, he'd be standing up twice in some ways. But, it really didn't end there because he did live such a long life that he lived through some turbulent times in other wars, and he actually protested some wars. When you think about that, somebody who fought in 2 wars, but still had the ability to step back and be objective and not take a cookie cutter approach, but evaluate events on its own merits. And it kind of reminded me of what we as electeds try to do with every issue. Keep an open mind and evaluate it on the merits. And I'll say the last thing that kind of resonated with me, and I'm not sure how this has in any way become controversial, but David in his 99 years is attributed in part to the fact that we are a blue zone community. And yeah, he was proud of that. And actually, like a lot of folks who we hear from the public here, exercised weekly with a trainer at the Beach Cities Health District Center for Health and Fitness, providing some good work there, and walked every day on his block, and basically was proud to have lived in our great city, and that he called his home. And so, God bless David Poster, and our sentiments are with his family. And so thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to adjourn in his memory.
Thanks for speaking so eloquently on his behalf. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, we are going to go into closed session. Could you read off R1, R5, R6, R7, and R9, which are the items we'll be covering?
Yes, as authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. R1, R5, R6, R7, and R9 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For R1, the property is 123 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. For R5, the properties are 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931, parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900, 715 Julia Avenue, portion of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900, 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903, 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900, and 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 750-500-9902. For R6, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. For R7, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. And for item R9, the properties are portions of Catalina Avenue, Avenue H, Elena Avenue, and Esplanade. Thank you.
Okay, and City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items.
Yes, Mayor. For all items that are remaining, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, along with Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. For item that was R1. Now R5, we will have just myself present for that, along with the city attorney and assistant city attorney. For R6, bless you, we will again have Greg Kapovich and Catherine Buck. For R7, we will have Elizabeth House, our community services director, and Greg Kapovich. And for R9, we will have just Elizabeth House, our community services director.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess back to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are going back to closed session. We will come back at the end and report out on any actions we take and then finally adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
You gentlemen need your sheet signed?
Yeah, that's what the timer says. I was wondering how long we took in there. It was like, what time did we go back there? Was it 8 something? It was 8:25 or 8:20 something.
Are you ready to go, or?
Yep. We are now ready to go.
Okay. We're reconvening from closed session back to open session. Could I get a roll call, please? Councilman
Brad
Castle.
Waller, present.
Here. Councilman Waller.
Present.
Oh, you guys are talking for each other. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Here.
Councilmember Abaji, Councilmember Barron.
Council.
Here.
And I'm here.
Brad Cass.
Okay, do we have anything to disclose from closed session? Okay. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
In the
In memory of David Poster, a 99-year-old Redondo Beach resident.
So moved.
Okay, second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned. The next meeting will be 4:30 for the closed session, 6 o'clock for the open session on Tuesday, February 17th, right here at City Hall. Thank you. Have a good night.